Hello! Okay. Plans. We've got plans. I don't know exactly where this is gonna go. So, one of the things introduced in Chapter 5, that we haven't started at all, is the mini game that's going to surround collecting music. And I don't know exactly how we want to do that. At some point, I was thinking, each track, each audio track in the game is a collectible. So you can collect, like, a whole lot, and each one has a little mini game attached to it, and it's the same mini game every time, but slightly different. That's a lot. Like, if I was a completionist and I had to go back into all the places and do like 12 collections for every chapter I've already done, that's an awful lot. So it may be kind of packaged up a bit more. Like, I don't know. Like, maybe you're collecting the battle music, the different fight themes from each area, and that in turn grants you all the music of that chapter, something like that. That unlocks a lot. So we may do something like that. In which case, we need a scene that would reduce it by a bit. Not the bees. Just looking at like all the different musics. Like one fight in the prologue. 2 in chapter 1, 2 in chapter 2, 3 or 4 in chapter 3. It's a significant amount in chapter 3, actually. 1, 2, 3 different bosses in chapter 3 with their own themes. Oh gosh, gotta find a place to squeeze those in then. Chapter 4 will probably just have a pair. It's Wacky Pants Day, but that's a lot less, which is good. So it could be that we say that each chapter has an A side and B side minigame for music collection. And then, each of those unlocks being able to play from the pause menu half of that chapter's music tracks, arbitrarily divided up. We'll figure out exactly how that works. But that means only like 2 per chapter, which is a lot more reasonable, I think. Because, I mean, it'll be a fun minigame, but I think that for completionists, it would be mean if you had to do the minigame for every song in the game. And the fight tracks are going to be a lot more high energy anyway, so it works out pretty well. So part of me wants to build this out as kind of like a battle. Not necessarily with health, but with player and partner on the left and enemy on the right, except it's all just one big attack. Would that be a reason, or should it be a whole separate thing? I gotta figure out what the win condition is. I don't want this to have to go through the entire song. I think it's more gonna be like, once you hit enough notes. So maybe it's something along the lines of charging a meter, sort of. Something like that. So missing a note, like, lowers your groove. And hitting multiple notes in a row raises the groove meter. And then when it gets full enough, you unleash some kind of move that defeats the music. And then that's the win condition. That's what you're aiming for. So I don't think it should actually be taking damage exactly, but like it'll be some kind of similar thing. So like maybe across the top of the screen, we've got like some kind of UI that's unique to this minigame that keeps track of your current level of groove. All right, but before I start building it, I would like to think, how can we mix things up? So one way is like this will be effectively a two-dimensional path, like just a rectangle screen of things flying across the screen towards the left, and when they hit a certain zone, if you mash the button while on the right space, that is a point. So we wrap that onto a three-dimensional plane that we can subdivide and then offset with shaders or something. That allows us to do this kind of like folded music path thing, which could have more wacky wrinkles in it to make it more difficult to know when things are coming, so that we can have variation on difficulty. We could have like a double bar representing like a pause in the music where everything kind of stops and then return. So kind of include that in a musical instruction. I think we will have, the notes will not 100% represent, you know, this is actually how the song goes, but they will kind of follow the general idea of, oh, music going up, music going down, on certain beats. So we want to represent each song uniquely, which means we need some kind of format to put the data in. Something that represents beat, 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 note, 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 beat, note, rest, 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 note, rest, 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 pause for 4, rest, rest, that kind of thing. So some way of representing that easily in a way that we can kind of follow along. So we can include instructions in that, such as a pause. So let's see. I'll scroll for X beats. Change scroll speed. That's something we can do. Obviously change the curves a little bit. That's fun, easy. Do I want to do anything really wacky? Drop into bass clef at times. So basically have a whole separate span of music going. And that would pretty much just be a visual thing only, I guess. See, that would make a lot of sense for music that has like two distinct back and forths going on. Real gimmicks. Notes moving. So like a note looks like it's coming in on this space, and at a certain point it changes. Hold notes. Good, good. Gotta have those long notes. Yeah, notes that actually move with some predictability, like an obvious, like, oh, it's a warp over here, or they're going up a slope or something, you know. It'd be nice if they could be themed a bit around the battle the music is from. So the normal battle music is just vanilla, like, here's the tutorial, here's how this works, is we're gonna play you a song, and it's gonna keep going on a loop until you either miss too many notes and your meter goes to 0, or you get it up high enough and then that starts damaging this thing, and it'll be an enemy in the world. UI cover, like in the chapter 3 boss, would be good, because then it's like thematic. Ooh, that is fun. That is fun. I like that, especially on, like, it's the same note repeated, like, bop, 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 would be good if you actually had to bop, 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 bop it. Yeah, yeah. That you'll need to have more warning. Notes fading in opacity. Kind of like, oh, they're going underwater or something. You know, visibility changes are good for just an easy little change. Yeah, different notes have different, like, faces, let's say. Like, you know, you've got your default, like, I'm an angry 8th note, you know, the traditional music note shape, but then a different note will have a different, like the multis could be barred, you know? Or even look like they're stacked behind each other visually. That's good, that's good. Okay, this is all very doable. I don't want you to have to be multitasking, like, oh, and while this is going on, you also have to be, like, dealing something with stuff not on the stat. No, I think it should all be part of the staff. Oh, obstacles to avoid on the staff. Okay, we're dipping a little bit into borrowing territory here. I'm gonna reference this later probably as well. There was a webcomic, gosh, like 10 years ago. Oh gosh, probably more than 10 years ago. It was called Brawl in the Family. It was initially a Smash Brothers themed comic. I cannot remember the guy who wrote it. But anyway, he went on. He was very musically inclined. He did a lot of musical comics that he fully produced audio to go along with. And then he kind of springboarded into trying to make a video game that was on the Wii U called Tadpole Treble. And it was all very, very, very cutesy. Gameplay, I don't think was super interesting. There just wasn't enough going on there. Let's see here. Let's see here. Yeah, this was the one. Oh, it had a maker mode too, apparently. It had a lot of fun little gimmicks in it. It was on the Wii U for some reason. Had Balatro. It was pretty much that you did only have 3 things you could do. Up, down, and interact. Technically, there's like you can activate a supercharge that made you temporarily invulnerable. That was pretty much it. And so it really was like, you can want to hit things or want to avoid things. That's about it. There's not much else, but obstacles to avoid is good. I think that provides some good variety of, like, not only do you need to be aiming to hit this, you also then need to navigate through this tunnel of bombs or whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, you know, whatever. And then we'll add Balatro. Okay. Pretty much all of this, except for this, can just be done as a single 2D element slapped on as a viewport texture to a 3D curvy plane. And then that's that. That's the thing. All right, we are gonna make it a battle. It is going to 100% be a battle thing. So we're gonna throw that into we're just gonna call it treble. Yes, we'll do the whole thing in a 3D staff. Add a player for scale. Always add a player for scale. And Cat will be over here. Like right there. Boom. There's our battle scene. And we can pull it out more if we want to. We will do a change to the UI for this, which will be limited to this one scene, I think. Okay, so we need a 2D node. We're gonna call it Staff 2D. Cat has 2D stuff on our animation canvas. Get out of here. Stop being two-dimensional. Okay. Okay. The exact details do not matter. Mesh instance 3D. Staff 3D. Is going to be a plane mesh facing the Z-axis. Oh, Staff 2D needs to be in a viewport, doesn't it? I hate that. I hate that. How's it with the viewport? Sub-viewport container. What is this? Does this help at all? Does this mean I can, in fact, access things? No, I can't see it if it's in, Oh wait, hang on. Sub-viewport container holds the sub-viewport. Okay, okay. So if I do that, then I can see it in the 2D node. Okay, that's good. That's good. Sub viewport. I want this thing to be... I don't want it to be huge, but it does need to be big enough that you can actually see out into the distance everything that is happening. Staff line. We're gonna do it upright here. If this is 512, yeah, we'll figure it out. Staff line. Let's go 12. Robot. A robot. Surely you jest. 100. Okay, so then there's the question. If that one's 500, then we need one at 250. Yeah, this works fine. This works great even. 125 and 375. That doesn't look long enough, though. Get Paper Robot and Fall Guys. Now we're talking. Yeah, this definitely doesn't look long enough, because I really want this to be something we can wobble a bit. Get a nice hat wobble. So let's say... scale that. You okay, Posey? Let's just make the quality worse. Okay, so now in 3D, we're going to say that the staff 3D object has a material of a... what? No, I want... viewport texture. Where's viewport texture? Posey, please don't throw up. Please don't throw up. Where's viewport texture? Can this not be... this vertical shader material. Didn't I? What? What's a viewport texture? Oh, viewport texture. Viewport texture. Freeze! Yeah, it's a texture. Oh, yes, of course. Set it to local. Local to scene. You are now local to scene. Hello? Thank you for pushing the button, Fanny Slam. Wowie. Okay, did that... Yeah, there it is. There it is. What's she do? Oh, I know what she's doing. I know what she's doing. She's trying to get in the trash. Well, guess what? We child locked it. I really want to get a picture of her, like, mouth on the trash can, the trash handle. It's like under the cabinet, So it's like you have to pull it open a little bit, reach your finger in and push down a button, and then that unlocks it. And then you have to pull it out because it's like a drawer of trash. It's a trash can drawer thing. I hate those. I see why we have it, but I don't like it. But anyway, very recently she figured out how to open that door with her mouth by and then she gets her nose in, and then she can just kind of pull the trash bag out and get into let's see, what was the recent one that I added to the list? Yes, a corn cob, coffee grounds, and a hot dog, an uneaten hot dog that my child only ate the bun after saying she wanted a hot dog. And so it went into the trash, and then it went into Posey. The end. How big is this? 2048. That's 8 times. Boom. Boom. There's our musical staff, which is going to be kind of in the background, I think, a little bit. Okay, but I want this to be subdivided, like a pretty significant amount. Say 64 subdivisions, because we're gonna wiggle it. We're gonna wiggle it. I have no idea how the wiggling is gonna happen. It's gonna be a vertex shader. Oh, I really want it to follow a path, though. I don't want to math that. Like, we could do it. We could do a CSG polygon on a curve. Enjoy the cat cafe. Bye. I hope it's good. I hope there's lots of cats and cafe. Okay, so I've got a piece of paper here, and I wanna be able to you know, I want it to be like this. I want this going on with it. So currently we have this. How do we change it to this effectively? Because the straightforward way would be use a CSG polygon, but then we lose our UVs, right? I think we lose UV. We need to check. We need to check, obviously. Label. Font size. Big. It's too big. Yeah. And that, in my experience, if you're only doing it for like one, then it's like, okay, it's fine. But it starts to get to be a bit much. Oh right, I'm squishing these lines. Forgot. Okay, so don't put anything on the lines layer. And then we're fine. Stay off of the lines and you'll be fine. Okay, so there we go. Alright. But like the curve would be super nice and smooth if the font follows how I think it would. Alright, add some points on here. 5. 10. Done. But also, 2. Wow, okay. So there's our path. So then we have to add a CSG polygon. That is fine as is. We say follow the path. There it goes, it follows the path. Then we say take this material and put it on this thing and see what it does. Somehow pasting that like broke a whoa. Yeah? Yeah? Is that what we're doing here? Huh. You don't say. Oh, it just gets bigger. Huh. What am I looking at here? What am I looking at here? What's our UV what's the UV up to here? Is it just big? Is it big because funny? What is this UV? Okay, so if I double it, this fits exactly. So it's like this is it's like a 0 to 0.5 for some reason. Why would it be 0 to 0.5? Oh, come on, move back. No. The last thing I did was moving it, not. Why would you think that I wanted to undo the material changes? Okay, whatever. Viewport textures get a little bit wonky. Hi, Liari. Check your normals. This looks normal. Okay, so this is stretching currently at a scale of 2. At a scale of 1, it's like going double. And I can't catch it. Like, no matter how high I go, it's always too high. And then this... Huh. It's there. With the right offset, at least. Oh, see, it's okay. That's interesting. Let's move this path then. Okay. Good, I guess. Let's mess with the curve a bit here. Make it nice and curvy. Now, what if I were to wiggle this around? I mean, there's a little bit of pinching around the edges, but it's not awful. If I increased the or decreased the path interval, ooh, it does get a little pinchy there. Oh, but it's getting pinchy there because of how wide I made it. So if I do this, I think I could actually afford the pretty rough smooth faces. No, don't do smooth faces. Yeah, this could actually work. Like if you had the right, you can get a little bit of wobbles going on here. And if you need more, it just loops, which is probably not going to come up. Okay, so it's really weird, but it does work. You would want text very thin. Thinner, probably. And then you would want to make the material... Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this one. You would want to make the material line up with the thing. Boom. Boom! Look at that! That's our music staff. More or less. So you'd have to mess with this in code. Or just do like this is what I was really after, I guess. It's just kind of this number here of yeah. But then to make it good, you want that. I guess what you want is better division on the path interval. Yeah, that's a lot better. Because then you can actually tell, like, okay, yeah, that's in the background. Okay, yeah, I buy that. I buy that. And you can kind of do this. Now that's expensive. That's not cheap to do. Also, I kind of do want smooth faces, I think, which is gonna mess with the shadows on the bottom. It's gonna do a weird thing. Yeah, see, because it's like, oh yeah, this is very bright at the top and very dark at the bottom, but it's because it's averaging out because it's the bottom. What if we change the material to be unshaded? Well, then we just get pure white. You don't get shadows, do you, at all with that? Like if I added a directional light, said yes, I want shadows. Then yeah, you don't get anything. See, there we go. See, then you get this nice, pretty shadow here if you do this. Oh, see, that's okay. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, I think. Just do a little. I don't know exactly what you want to do back here, but like some kind of. I'm gonna have to go tell her off. No, she's coming up. She gave up. I hope. You didn't get into trash, did you? Yeah, a little bit of wibble wobble. If I could get a hat wobble, that'd be swell. Yeah. Okay. I like using CSG polygons with Path 3Ds, but you can't move the polygon and the path independently. You don't really want to move those off of the origin if you can help it. It gets silly. Like, it's just nice to have this kind of at 0, 0. So just try not to think about it. Get rid of the old mesh. We're done with that. We can move the path as well. So it really is just like, just makes more sense to move the path. I think. I feel like it makes more sense to move the path. In which case, this shouldn't be moved up. This path should be moved up by 1. Okay, cool. So the idea is that there's going to be like some kind of sweet spot. We could add another one of these, I guess. that's similarly like -2, 2. And like really let this thing like wiggle out. Oh, look at that. See, we can get some real wiggle in here. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, beautiful wiggle. So maybe we could have the different, let's call them levels. Let's call them different levels. Different levels could have different positions and wiggle styles. Maybe. I mean, you wanna make sure you scale one of those, because if you line them up, the whole thing's just gonna move in a perfect lockstep circle. Just doing the Cabbage Patch or something. Ideally, I would like these to move independently of one another, you know? So this whole thing has this like really complex movement to it. But like very gentle, very gentle. I think if that's the only CSG updating we're doing, we can get away with it performance-wise. I'm not super worried about the performance of the CSG, it's just the one. It can manage it. Vertex Shader is nice, but the reason I'm not going with that is that's gonna make it a lot more complicated to... I can't just have nice, neat, oh yeah, here's a point, here's a point. I would have to compute this curve and map a flat line to a very complex curved line. It's doable. Obviously it's doable. The CSG does it. So the code exists out there. It's just we can't use the CSG code. No. I was about to say like, oh, what if we like, there's a compute along path you can do for Path 3D and say, give me the point that is 5 meters along this path, and you can get like, oh, well, that's right here. But then like, we're not gonna feed 1 million points into the shader. Like that would be something ideally the shader does for us. So I think CSG is fine for balancing performance and amount of actual work and time to spend on it. This is the way to go. Okay, so we got that. Next up, we need the sweet spot, the location to hit. So we're gonna move the whole path over a smidge, so that it's like above the player where the ending is. We'll add like maybe a little staff line here. No. Well, see, you see, but I want it to animate along all these points. That's so many things. That's so many permutations. We'll calculate it live. Okay, so let's go back into the this. We want kind of an obvious, like, this is where you hit them, right here. Like a goal zone, like this is the sweet spot. I think what we do for that is a color rectangle. I need to probably I don't know. It should be there should be an area. There should probably be an area 2D. Or at least a node representing the center point, so we can calculate the difference in the X value and say, you were perfect, or you were nice, or you were okay. Because yeah, we're gonna go full rhythm game. Why not? Who cares? So let's call this goal. Let's just call it goal. And it's gonna have a color rect around it, representing the zone that you really want to have these incoming notes right in the middle. Yeah. And we're just gonna make it green. Clean, mean, a little bit green. With a lowish opacity. I love when there's games in the game. In fact, what we're gonna do is we're gonna duplicate this. To get kind of this set of like, oh, but this is where you really want it. I think that, let's see if that's gonna work. Right around here. And this is like, and then this is the point. Kind of want that to be below the staff lines. And then I need to make these thinner now. Yeah. Much better. Also, I don't think we need to do this. Cool. This is now temp label, staff lines, goal zone. Okay. Yeah, we'll probably have it up here somewhere. God, now I'm kind of thinking like, do we need this to be a little bit longer? A little bit longer, just in case. It's 2048. This is gonna be a big texture, but it's very thin, so it's not huge. Fine. Yeah, it'll be fine. Yeah, but I do think that the goal needs to be moved. Yeah. Give you some time to line it up. Okay. We need a player icon. It's going to be managed by this whole thing. I need to get some dinner started for Hovercat. I just need to get some water boiling and it's set like an 8-minute timer to go and put the noodles in. It would be cool. It would be cool if I could take you guys with me. I wouldn't want to show you my house, but I just want to keep talking. I can think of some dumb ways to accomplish that with like a Discord call to myself. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna let the noodles get started. Have some clips and some ads, I guess. It has to be very fast. So I tested that to see what that looks like. This is an example of, with the big Dobbs logo. So it would go like, boom, whoa, boom, whoa. The sound effect is actually not happening from the computer. Yeah, believe it or not, that's actually me making that noise with my throat. Boom.
It was so computer-like.
It was very computer-like. Camp Horizon. I love this stage. All right, Mario Maker 4.0 update. All stages are replaced with this one. Yeah, this is basically hold right. Right here. Hold right, hold jump, and you got it. Huh. Don't even need the power-ups. You can just damage boost. Alright, cool. We got it. We got our sub 30. 27 and change. Fantastic level, Mario Maker fan. Probably one of my favorite levels of yours so far. Hey! Kip with the 2 months. Thanks, buddy. What a guy. My plan is to grab the P-switch as it falls, and then do a runoff. Oh my goodness! The cheese!
I don't know how that creeper followed me. Because there should have been no floor for it.
No, sorry.
Oops.
I may have explained the trapdoors poorly. Trapdoor, they always see trapdoors as solid. And will therefore try... Alright, here we go. We're in good shape. The void. It's thunder. Okay, gonna check on the water boil in like 5 minutes. Wireless lapel mic. There are solutions for using your phone camera as a webcam source, but it requires them to be on the same network or something, and subnets or something. I don't know. I'm on Wi-Fi on my phone, but plugged directly into the router with the desktop, and I've never been able to get that to work with that program. Maybe with some other program it could be fine. I don't know. But like, the only change was they made it so that alerts work on mobile. Like, if you want to... Because normally, for Twitch alerts, you have to set up an extra source to pull the alerts into OBS. Which is pretty much just OBS is just watching a web page and be like, oh, look, there's some lizards going across this web page. And OBS is like, okay, I'm capturing that and I'm adding that. It's on the layout because they put it on this layout. So you couldn't do that on mobile because you can't control, as far as I know, the layout on mobile. I really hope I don't lose power tonight. Getting to actually be on camera for a stream is so rare these days, so I would be really bummed if my stream got deleted by Storm. But yeah, since you can't actually add, like, oh, I want to put a web source on my stream layout in mobile. You can't do anything to the web layout in mobile. So all they're doing is saying, oh yeah, we got a lot of people on board with alerts, but they don't actually work unless you're using this third-party software. Okay, we've done a thing, and now they can work on mobile because we're just adding them. If you have Twitch alerts, they will show up on mobile. But that doesn't change anything else about it. They just added something automatically to the layout that they make for you. I guess this needs to be in the goal area, right? And it'll move up and down. So what is this? How big is this? 256. Okay, so 64, so 32 here. Except we'll start them out right there. We're gonna use ping, the classic. Uh, 200Y. Boom. A little bit big though, so we'll scale that down. Maybe, yeah. I'm not gonna punish you for hitting the button when there's no note there, but it's going to make it so you can't press it again for 0.x seconds. So you can't just like spam the button the whole time. You have to time it. You gotta at least try. But we'll make it so that that delay doesn't interfere with, like, if there are a lot of notes in quick succession, you won't get bit by that. I want it to be that the timeout is, like, I don't know, maybe like half of the quickest time between notes. So assuming we never do anything harder than 8th notes, it's going to be the 16th note. Whatever the average is for that. So you have to be at least closer to the right beat than 1 beat off for it to work. Better go check that water. My plan is to grab the P-switch as it falls and then do a runoff. Oh my goodness! The cheese! You know, for Christmas. She played Sword, or maybe Shield, I don't remember which one we got for her. And she wasn't a huge fan. I think she would have preferred the more classic style Pokemon games. Oh my gosh. No! No! The beetle! I knew the beetle was coming and I panicked. That... Go back. Alright. 8 minutes, a little bit too long for the small pot of water. I'm used to boiling the big pot of water for cooking dinner. But it's just not gonna work. Okay. I guess we need to make some art for our little notes as well as our big note. Which I'm imagining the big note to just be a big old 8th note, you know? With an angry face, and the little one would just be kind of this little impish, like, versions. So this is gonna be, I think, like, this is what I want him to be, is like, just big note guy. And then the little ones will just be kind of like more compact versions to fit in there. And that'll be it. So let's see about that. Really don't need much art here, right? Like, what am I expecting here? I'll do a 600 by 600, but I don't even feel like that's gonna be too high quality for this. Just a nice, simple little note guy. I do want to kind of use this as a guide, because this I think turned out pretty nice. But these other ones in the background I also like, because they're kind of very squarish shaped. Hello? Did that not... oh, because I copied the wrong thing. So we got this guy, and we got the little guys that I also want on this page here. All right, well, let's draw a slightly nicer version of this. Not much nicer, mind you, but we do want to keep our usual style that we've been doing for this game. So one thing I want is I want this to not be just a big thick line. I want it to have an outline. Also, I guess the flag can kind of like stretch a little bit as it bobs up and down, so we'll keep that as a separate layer. What else? What else? Okay, that's pretty much that one. Yep, great. And then the big hoop. Is this fine? Is this fine? Yes, this is fine. See, if he's in 8th note, he's not gonna have a hole in him. That's an important distinction. So let's keep that in mind, shall we? Give me all of these, and then give me this, this, this. Shoot, wait. This, 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 this. Copied as a layer. Now I can grab the whole thing. And that should make the coloring of each of these a little bit easier. What if each level has a slightly different color, like each chapter has a color associated with it? If we're doing that, then we want to... yes, I see. We're doing that. Eh? Where did we go? Where did we go? Ah, here we go. Then we want to do white. Oh, that's gonna be weird with the shifting. It'll probably be fine. It'll probably be fine. Do I need this to be a separate thing? Yeah, probably do. Because I would like it to maybe wiggle back and forth a little bit. So yeah, let's allow that. But yeah, we do need to make sure we get a little bit of overdraw for that layer. And then this one is just gonna be the static layer for this one. All right, cool. Lock those. Lock everything. A little bit of shading would be good. Yeah. Don't even feel like I really need the drawing pad for this setup here, but I will still give it a little bit. a little bit darker here. Cool, great. Okay. Nice shine on top here. I think kind of give the whole thing a little bit, yeah, a little bit more. Okay, then the tail here, just a little bit of that. Oh, I've got company.
You keep running away.
They're home. All right, well, I'll be right back.
This is just...
It's fun.
It is. This is too much fun.
Hey, what level are you at? Experience-wise.
I don't know. How do I know?
Oh, like it's down in the bottom, above your inventory.
I don't have any.
Oh, okay. Just
I
checking.
recently died.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Ah! Did you move the water?
Uh.
Ah!
I mean, look, Turtle. There's no way I come out of this looking like the good guy.
Did you put it back?
Yes.
I need to come down and get my stuff.
I need to.
I'm realizing what I should probably do is make myself a map.
This is going great.
This is a raid. They're killing themselves.
Oh no.
Okay, wait. I'm just gonna focus on what I can do.
Wow. I'm like the warden all over again.
Don't worry. I'm doing it.
Oh my god!
Out of 27. And there's no way I'm getting all of those, of course. I think that last I checked, only about 40 people have managed to okay. Oh. Oh. Whoa. Oh, okay. Only about 40 people. Oh, buddy. We're gonna spend all day trying to get this guy to do this. Nerds, we got it! We got it! Get cheesed, nerd! Ooh, okay. Good.
There's nothing in the rule book that says we have to remove the orb from his necklace, just that it has to touch the pedestal.
I am terrified of
Where
you.
are you?
Oh God.
Just lay your weapons down and walk away.
That's never gonna work again.
No.
Good job. You've proven yourself worthy. Not what I wanted you to do. Here we go. Alright. There we go. Simple as that. Hey, look, I win. What if? What if? I win. Neat.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, rip Francis. Leave him. He's dead. He's dead. He startled the witch.
Oh, come!
Yeah, I was right behind you, so we both got hit with that
Ooh!
Oh no!
Ooh!
Dobbs,
Pills.
we're in a situation.
This does seem.
Alright. Back. This time with food. And I finished the noodles for Hovercat. How did this face look? Let me see this face. Oh yeah. They picked up Arby's. Normally, we cook a medley of sauteed broccoli. Just on the skillet. I don't want to make it sound more fancy than it is. We put broccoli on it on the stove with some oil and some garlic salt until it's delicious. And we add that to some Alfredo noodles. Make broccoli Alfredo. And we have that every day. And it's delicious. It is delicious. Alright, so this face will be the idle face. And then we'll have a like a defeated face. Hurt face. I don't think we need any other faces for the notes here. I feel like that's it. And then the color will just be shifted by whatever it is we're doing, whatever version of the music note this is. It'll be chapter dependent. Okay. Oh, how did... Really? Oh. I don't know what that was. Okay. Let's just do this. And... Is that enough room? That's probably enough room. Perfect. And we also want a nice little 100 by 100 mini version for our various enemies on the field here. These don't have to be particularly well done. I do want to fit them into a 100 by 100 where possible. What? Wait. Okay. And also we want to kind of center the icon a bit. Like no... Well, it doesn't have to be, I guess, the icon. Well, yeah, it'd be easier, but I'm not going to rely on it as much. But yeah, that would be really nice if we could get that. If we get the meat of it, of each of these centered. It's not going to be possible, is it? We'll see. We'll see. And these also can be color coordinated with the specific area that we're in. Don't forget to lock the opacity layer. Lock that alpha. And these guys can just have a little face too. Oh, very impish. Okay, we'll start with this, and we can expand it if we need to. We'll put that under actors, I guess. See, at some point, we're gonna have to actually work in the BPM stuff and design these setups. Oh, you know what? Shoot. We do want the ability for these things to hang off of the top and bottom. So I think this viewport needs to be 50% larger. Okay. Okay, so then this needs to be stretched to 3. The viewport needs to have a transparent background. The staff material needs to enable transparency. And then the whole thing can move down. And there you go. We're pretty much back where we started, but better.
Curly fry emergency.
What's up?
You weren't supposed to take it small today. You were supposed to take it small.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Swap them out. Okay, that's fine too. I haven't eaten any of it, for what it's worth. Okay. Very welcome. Holy calling.
Leave the room.
She doesn't. Alright. Thank you. Committed a heinous crime. Especially heinous. There was a curly fry emergency. I grabbed the wrong thing of curly fries. I grabbed the medium instead of the small because I thought that me being, 3 times her mass needed more fries, but that was obviously not the case. So it was an emergency. Did she get her particular fries back?
No straw.
Alright, I can deal with that. It's fine. I just have to be careful. Have the napkins ready around all the expensive electronics. Okay, what's going on here on the right? Can you guys see that? Oh. Oh. What is going on the right there? Why would this happen? Okay, it's lining up with the edges of the mesh. I hate that. That doesn't fill me with joy. No, don't like that. Don't like that. Why would that happen? How am I seeing through this? Okay. So it's only where the texture is on the other side. Is it the thickness of the staff? Nope, that's not it. Okay. That is really weird. Okay. It's not an issue on the 2D layer. So I vote that we ignore it for now. And then see if there's some way we can kind of cover up that as a general problem. Because I do notice it only happens when a forward-facing portion of the mesh is visible and being obscured by... Well, no, it wouldn't even matter if it was forward-facing, would it? Like, for instance, you don't see this side poking through. Oh, wait. Oh, no, look at that. You do, because you can tell which line it's on. It's on this line, which only has numbers on the back face. But I can also see the top line through here and here. So it's basically just like... It's like the ordering of the triangles is not in order. What do we do with that? That's really bad. That 12 is just completely visible. Happens on this side as well. Oh, I don't know. That's weird. Maybe it won't even be an issue. All right, so let's just pull in this art. Oh, you know what? This needs to be an actor. Where is that going to live? Oh, this is going to be requiring some calculation. Especially if we're doing tempo changes or something. It's like I need to work backwards through the whole song to figure out when to spawn them. Alright, the Arby's is gone. Taking care of that. Defeated. I am going to put a lid on this, because I don't want to be tempted to just sip on it idly. I need so little for a meal of soda. That's good, right? That's good. You don't want to just be... I don't want to feel like I need to drink. What is it? This was probably like, what? 16, 20 ounces. I don't want to drink 20 ounces just because that's what they give you. I needed like 1.5 ounces. Bring back the super tiny bottles that they had in, you know, in the 50s. Give me 10% of the soda for a quarter of the price. I will proportionally pay more per soda. Oh, look at that though. Oh yeah. Yeah, see, now that's going beyond. And we don't want that. Size needs to be, what was it, 256? And then the position needs to be 0, right? Yeah. Much better. Okay, so we will need like a big old blob of a thing to deal with, but also we can make this a little test scene for us. We just make this collidable, and we want the player to be dummy player. Does that work? Can I do that? Can I get away with that? Hello? Okay. Oh. Oh, because it's a dummy player, it's still gonna spawn us. Okay, well then, maybe I shouldn't do that. Let's get the camera loaded up. We want to borrow the battle camera, if we can. Which I don't know exactly where that shows up on the battle scene. Out of battle. Camera. We just need a temporary little camera. We're using the Frustum projection. Let's go ahead and extend this out a bit. Our little faux battle scene here. You know what? Don't I have a very hilarious little test texture we could use? Somewhere. Yeah. This guy right here. Let's make a triplanar. World triplanar. Boom. Done. I love that. Okay, so... Treble staff. So we're gonna need to pass in which level it is. We need some way to define... So let's just say treble handler here. Right, alright. So we're gonna want to know about the goal position. We're gonna want to have some kind of level definition. How are we gonna define these levels? The levels need to be defined as... It's kind of a rhythm game sort of thing. So we want to know which track it is. Makes sense. Track. Then we can like specify a specific thing here. I don't think all of the... Yeah, all right. not all of the tracks follow a strict time signature. We have mostly 4/4, a smattering of 3/4 songs in the game, but there are a lot that just kind of freely change between them, and there's not necessarily a good marker for the measure stuff. So we may not want to think in terms of measures. We want to be careful just to think in terms of beats. And there's no tempo changes in songs yet. I think we can get by with assuming for the specific songs we're going to use for this mini game, we're never going to use tempo changes, because that could be difficult. All right, and then objects is going to be a list. We want to define these in terms of what it is and when and what beat it should strike on, right? That seems like the most sensible thing for most of these. Oh, you know what's going to be really bad is when we have to deal with music loops. Like it just keeps coming back around? I guess so. Or it could even be that we define 2 loops worth of things. I don't know. Oh man, yeah. Oh, this is gonna suck. Oh, okay. So we'll have a type, and a beat. You know, on beat 10, this object shows up. So let's have an enum. Treble objects. Treble object. How do you do an enum in Godot? That ain't it. All right, how do you do? All right, how do you do it? How do you do a Godot enum? You know what? There's probably an enum somewhere in this code base right now. Oh yeah, for some enums. Okay, bracket and then just comma separated list. So no equals there. Yeah, this kind of stuff. Okay. Do we want to have measure bars maybe at some point? So the tricky thing is, we're gonna say standard note is our standard object. So treble object, standard note, beat, and then optional additional data. Do I want to pack it in like an object like this? Is that really what I want to do? Or do I just want to add it just want to keep adding the properties into this object? Height 1 to 4. Okay, there you go. There's your standard object. Incredible. Okay, cool. How do we make this happen? Oh gosh. So it's almost like, ooh, yeah. Okay. I think what it is we have a countdown. We have a countdown. We have like a and then the song starts. Long enough that it would cover the time it takes for an object to get all the way across. Ideally, so check this out. if I say that an object needs to show up on beat, let's say these numbers correlate to the beat. If I say an object needs to show up on beat 20, so I spawn it on the number 20, and then it like curls around, and then it gets here 20 beats later. Great. But if I say it needs to be there at beat 3, well, when the minigame starts, that would be really bad if suddenly you have to react to something spawning immediately as the minigame starts, right in front of your face. So what we want to do is we kind of want to spawn beat 1 right over here at the start, but then start the song when beat 1 arrives. And to do that, we can have a nice little UI that pops up. I could like kind of reverse calculate it and say, if it's beat, whatever, then we need to spawn it this far to the left. But I would much rather just say like spawn things as it is time to spawn them, or something like that. I feel like that would really help. Oh, but no, that doesn't work exactly. Some rules are just gonna have to work differently. Like if I want to include a treble object that changes how much space it is between beats. For instance, there's suddenly like the mood of the song changes and it feels like it's moving more slowly, then I want to have the notes kind of be closer together. So it's like, and also move more slowly. So 5, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4. And so I need to start changing the spawn distance like way back here or something. All right, there's going to be some bugs to work out. For now, let's just get things on here. Let's make a standard treble, a standard note. You know what? Let's just put it on here. Standard note, get the sprite 2D, possibly get some particle effects or something. I don't know. Where's my treble? What happened? What happened here? Oh, I haven't added it yet. Haven't actually added it in to the project. That's why it's not showing up. All right, sprite 2D. Treble. Region. Right there. Round that out. Position. We can let these be a bigger scale than Dabble is. I think that's okay. And we will affect the we will mess with the sprites coloration and everything at some point. For now, we can just go ahead and do that. He can be any color we want. Look at that. Purple seems good to start with. Haven't you heard that purple is evil now? Alright, save that as a scene. Standard note. And now get him out of my face. I am gonna have to work on these loop points for some of these. So that's gonna be fun. Alright, there's our standard note. Audio handler. Needs to not play music, basically. don't know how we're gonna do this exactly. Okay. The RA! Thank you for the lizards. I love having some good old lizards. Oh, too lower is not. Oh, it's no. Okay. Okay. Nope. 2 underscore lower. I should have known that. Lizard, lizard. It's still playing music. Why are you playing music? Why are you playing music? Because the scene key is actually battle slash treble slash treble staff. Oh. Is that so? Does this work? Is contains a valid string? Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, that looks bad. That looks real bad there. Oh, that looks so bad. I don't know why it's doing that. I don't like that at all. It's fine. Alright, throw an environment in. Just so we're not staring at nothingness. The void. Okay, so we're gonna need... Oh, okay, so we need like a countdown that is timed to... I don't want to press play on this. It's going to be really loud. Hold on. Let me turn off desktop audio for you guys. It was loud, by the way. I don't know what the BPM on that is. Dang it, I'm going to have to turn off... No, wait, I can do it on here. We need to go to tap BPM. And go to battle music. Where's battle music? $141? Big one. Very specific. Oh wait, maybe 140. What have that listed somewhere. Paper robot planning sheet. Battle theme. Yeah, 140. Okay, it is listed. Good. So we would go here and we'd say BPM is 140. Nope, not 1400. 140. Wow, look at all those beats. I think it's weird that this is even a thing. They have in here. I don't know what this does. Okay, that I know what it does, but this beat count, I have no idea what that does. I kind of want to know. Beat count. Length of the audio track in beats. Oh. Okay, for defining it for looping. That could be really handy, actually, if you know the BPM. A lot. Actually, that's pretty good compared with, well, no, loop offset, that tells you... Okay, so this is like how to end it early? Finds the end of the audio for looping. Oh, okay, and then loop offset is the starting point. Why are those different? Okay, no, that makes sense. Loop offset would be... okay, I don't know. I'm not super sold on it, but it's fine. No, as long as... It's a lot easier to trim in Audacity the start of audio than it is to trim the end of audio because of just the way that music kind of rings out. Okay, but that's fine. That's fine. So, when you're in a battle, how does this work? How do we update the music for battling? I guess ideally you just don't want to play any audio for the battle if it is a music battle. Oh, you know what'd be really nice is like an orchestra warm-up for like when the doors close for the battle transition. That would be a good way to do it. I should be writing these down. Okay. All right, so we're gonna do a 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3. So that gives us 8 beats, which means that the notes are gonna be spawned like as early as, well, realistically, 2 is 0, I guess. So 10 would be probably the earliest point on this map that has to be already in position. That's fine. That's fine. I still hate it. I still hate it. Do I want all the notes spawned in advance? Probably not, because if we're going to allow looping of the music, you need to spawn them as needed. So you'd probably spawn the current loop and the next loop worth, and then when you get to the loop point, you already have this incoming set, and then just spawn 1 additional each time. But you probably start with 2. So you'd say spawn loop. And we would need a container specifically for... What's going on with that? Something weird happened. Every time things update on the stream manager, and any movement is eye-catching. Like, oh, something happened. But usually it's things like a timer ticked up from X minutes to X plus 1 minutes, and that slight change of text caused something to jump down to the next line, and then that just shifts everything around on the entire screen. It looks like a big deal, but it's not. I need some way to make that better for myself. Spawn loop objects. I guess the loop number will be important to know how to offset it, because we're gonna have a container for moving items. Let's access that as unique name. Same for goal. All right, moving items is mostly just gonna be a container. Sure. How far? Like, let's assume this is roughly accurate. Standard note. Let's assume this is roughly accurate. And we have a standard note here at the sweet spot. We probably will make him smaller. 2 to 22, let's say. Uh, 2160, 160. So about 2,000. So about 100 per item. That's perfect, right? Is that one beat worth I think we could work with that. That's our base. That's our base. It's not constant. We're gonna call that the base distance per beat. Now we're fully expecting that for some songs that's going to be different, and in some songs it's actually going to change midway through, possibly. All right, so for object in level definition.objects, we have an object. We're going to assume that type is going to be standard note. We're not going to prematurely decide how this is going to handle different things. And we're just going to go ahead and generate it at beat. So target X. Oh, and then we need to have a base X. Right? Where beat 0 of the whole thing starts. Yeah, like let's say this guy's at 0. $150 is where this guy is. Okay, so 150 plus 100 times 8. Right? Is that beat 0's actual starting position? 950? Beat 0x 950. Let's go with that. So target X is going to be beat 0x plus object dot beat times distance per beat. Haven't added anything else for that yet. Object.type Note. We're going to take the standard note and instantiate it. We're going to add it into moving items. We're going to set its X position equal to the target X. We'll have an area 2D on the goal zone, and so we can actually watch to see, like, are you in that zone or not? Yes or no. I almost feel like this should be doubled. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. No dot position dot X. No dot position dot Y. Y indeed. This is gonna be 32, and then add 64. So 224 is our base. We're gonna subtract 64 for each height. 1, 2, 3, 4. Add an extra 64 here to make it 88. Okay, that seems fine. Sure. All right. Let's get some notes in. Spawn loop objects. There's nothing else. We don't have looping yet. Process. Moving items is going to move to the left. Distance per beat. We need to figure out our beat. Okay. We need to figure out beats per second. Well, we know our beats per minute is 140. So take our beats per minute, 140, divided by 60 to get how many per second. How many beats per second? Distance per second. All right, we have beats per second and distance per beat. So if I multiply those, distance per beat, beat per second, distance per second, yeah, just multiply them. All right, I guess that works. All right, let's see what that looks like. Do notes move? Yeah, there they go. Bop. Oh, here they come. And pop, pop, pop. Cool. Simple as that. That's probably a reasonable speed for things to be moving. So I don't like, I can see this in the world. How do I want to deal with that? Does this work? I just move this whole sub viewport container. Are we good? For now? Yes, great. Oh, I'm seeing the top of it. I don't like that. Okay, I do like that you can see it coming. That's fun. All right. Some notes here. Staff line. We need another staff line. But like a better, we need a left bar here, a double bar. For things to slide behind and disappear into nothingness. happen if you lose? Nothing, I guess. You just don't get the treasure. Okay. Cool. Let's change these beats. Let's add player manager locked. Is that what it is? Is locked? Input locked, isn't it? Oh, it's not. It's not on the player manager. It's just on the player node. It's input locked. All right, we're gonna have player line height. That's 2. If you press up, then player line height goes up. And if you push down, well, then you better believe that it goes down. Only if it's not already maxed out. There. Easy. Now we need to actually move the player icon appropriately. Player icon, currently at 96. Okay, access that as unique name. Player icon dot position dot x player target or y rather. $64. So we'll do a little lerp. Target using our fancy lerp thingy. Okay, so now we should be able to move up and down. Nice. Pow. 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 Okay, easy. Still don't love that I can... You know, since it's a CSG, I could do some magic on that. Ooh, maybe. Or we could just make it really tall, and that doesn't help, does it? No, it doesn't really help. I mean, it might help a little bit, though, right? No, because it's just going to do that. Actually, that does look better. It's less squished. Yeah, actually, that does... Oh. Okay. I can go to line height 0, apparently. We're not 0 indexing. We're going 1, 2, 3, 4. Why are we going 1, 2, 3, 4? I don't know. Probably not important. You have a... Okay, let's see if I can get a drumstick. Flat. That's very quiet. Outside of a tent? Why outside of a tent? Someone just clap drumsticks together. Come on. Okay, that's... Oh. I guess... No. Better. I think this one. Let's change that into an MP3. It's currently in a WAV. Also, it's got way too much tail on that. We're trying to get some tiny file sizes here, so reduce that to like just over 1/10 of a second. Okay, and put that over in Godot audio sound effects drumstick. Good. Hey, Booyah, welcome in. Good seeing you. We're doing something dumb. What else is new? It's fine. Put this on the sound effect bus. We're just straight up adding a rhythm game into the game as pretty much completely optional side content that you're not even going to be able to access until Chapter 5. So this is going to be... I'm going to use the battle system as kind of the framework, but there's not going to be an actual battle going on. Much smart. We'll see. We'll see how smart I feel after I sink like 50 hours into this little side content. All right, drumstick. So we need to time the... Yeah, that's the key. It's gonna be pretty standard fare. This is the kind of thing, like, if I was doing a Kickstarter, this would be like stretch goal content of like, and we'll add a rhythm mini game. But no, I'm just doing it. I'm just doing it. Part of me is like, oh, this should definitely be a 1.1 thing. But on the other hand, I think that I don't want to add any 1.1 stuff that would be like, oh, now you have to go back to this early chapter and see this little bit of extra stuff you can do. I'd rather if I'm doing any 1.1 thing, I want that to be completely separate or all post-game. So we'll see how that turns out. Target X, beat 0, 950. Okay. Oh, you know what? I should add this temp label into here so that it moves with this. Okay, that feels like those were way later. Like, I'm expecting 0 to be like right around here, 950, right? If a note is on 0, object beat 0, then its target X is just 950. What's our distance per second? Tell me the tale. 233. Okay, well that took way longer. 4 seconds, right? Don't know about that. Don't know about that. Okay, it's maybe it's fine. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Current beat. Current beat. We're gonna start at beat -9. And we're gonna have an elapsed time, which we're just gonna increment by delta, I guess, every frame. And then have a just a little helper function for get current beat based on that elapsed time. Beats per second. Initial beat is -9. Let's make that value global and make sure we just say current beat starts at initial beat. All right. Oh, current beat shouldn't be that you can actually read. It should purely be calculated. That makes more sense. Okay, so we're gonna take our elapsed time. This is number of seconds that have passed. Number of seconds. Beats per second divided by number of seconds. Beats per second. No, beats per second times number of seconds. Beats per second times seconds gives us number of beats. And we're gonna add to that the elapsed time. And return that. There you go. Objects. I think rather than level definition.objects, we're gonna have current objects. Or, I don't know. Yeah, current objects is good. When we spawn a loop worth, current objects, append, array, level definition.objects. Or let's say new objects equals an array, append to that, do whatever processing we need to do, and then add that to the available property. Current objects. Okay, and then we can keep track of current objects and their expected beat. And then when we process them, yeah, actually, yes. We should, here, in our initialization, we should append a new type of object. And we're gonna call that, drumstick, I guess. And that's going to start at -8. And that's going to be the 8, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then things kick off on beat 0. I am gonna zero index the actual song. I think that's the way to go. Current objects, append array. Cool. So now we need to process elements in the array and determine, hey, do I have an element in the array that has passed the current beat? Some elements need to be processed when that happens. So for object in current objects, filter to beat is less than or exactly equal to get current beat. So if it's like this happens on beat 1 and the current beat is 1.05 or whatever, then yes, this is a thing we need to deal with. If object.type equals treble object.drumstick, then drumstick.play and current objects erase that object. Done. So the countdown will only happen once. Hello? Is that it? Oh, I forgot to add in the initial beat. So it just played all of them at once. Nice. Nice. Okay, yeah, these are definitely way off then, if that's the beat speed. Okay, huh. I've done something wrong. Beat zero's X 950. That can't be right. I think we just eyeballed this or something. Yeah, obviously we did. Beat 0x needs to be our initial beat. Oh, what's our... We need our goal position. Dot X. Then we need to add, or I guess subtract, initial beat, 9, times distance per beat. Well, that still feels like 950 is what we're going to wind up with. Yeah, I still wound up with 950. Distance per second. Beats per second. I'm gonna move this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so these are 100 units apart, roughly. Oh yeah, also, I want to move these into the moving items so I can see them move. Yeah, okay, 100 units is happening in one beat. Oh, we were using it to prop the door open, Willow. It might be out in the hall now. 100 beats pass. That's how it is. That's how it goes. So this is working correctly. Is it this that's happening incorrectly? Or is moving items already... Moving items is already transformed 950. There it is. There it is. Okay. Cool. So now when we get it going... Okay, however, I'm expecting... I'm expecting beat 0, as in the initial beat of the song, to have a note there. And then beat 2. And why not we do 3, 4? We will need a way to shorthand this at some point. One, two, one. Huh. It's 2 extra beats to the right. Okay, 0 is right smack dab in the middle. Clack, 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 clack. Yeah, it's definitely happening on beat 3. Why? How? If I move this to 800, this is 8 beats to the right, right? Oh, wait a second. That looked good. Oh, you know what it is? I bet it's this initial offset, right? This is the initial offset? That needs to be lined up with the goal, which is at 150. That's still probably not right, but... Maybe. That looks a lot better. Okay, that didn't work out at all. Position 150. Okay, I need the goals. Okay, so we have to include in beat 0 X. Oh, we already do. We already do include the goals global position. Well, then this was not the thing to do. This is 0. Do I hit the green line right at 8? 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, okay. Green line is correct then. Green line position is at about 800. About it. Let's say an even 800. When we're adding a note, target X should be... We don't want to include beat 0x anymore, maybe? Because reasons? I don't know. I guess let's just do this. It lines up, but I don't know why. Oh. No, we do want beat 0x. Beat 0x includes the goal position. Which means that maybe we're actually wanting to set the global. But no, we don't want to set the global position for this. 100% we don't. How was work, Willow? By the way, by the by. Clack, clack. So it's 150. And then, no, this is 800. Why is this at 150? What am I missing here? What am I missing here? That looks fine. Okay, layout position is 800. If I move that to the left to 0, it goes all the way to here. And I don't think that's good. What if I mess with the initial beat? What if I say that it is 4 beats sooner? 1, 2, 3, 4. The green lines obviously are not gonna be a problem. I mean, they're just gonna be wrong because they don't care about that. Yeah, okay, so that is... Well, hang on, though. The notes are not moving from initial beat. Initial beat is not having any effect on where the notes are put. Initial beat does mess with beat 0, which means it should mess with target X. Let's print these target X values here. Let me just look at these. We should see 4 pretty well clustered. 950, 1150, 1250, 1350. Okay, 950 makes sense because that first beat, the goal is 150 over. So you gotta scoot over 150 for that. But where's beat 0 coming in here? Initial beat. Beat 0. Is at 1050. Oh, now that's interesting. Beat 0 is at 1050. All right. So we take that 1050, and then we add the object beat plus the base distance. What is the object beat for this guy right here? It is 0. Are we spawning before we adjust things? Yep, we sure are. That was it. Simple as that. It was getting the wrong value because we just didn't have the right value when we called it. Okay, it's still pretty screwed up, it looks like. All right, cool. All right, beat 0 is 1050. Well, now it says it's a 1050 at least. So that's a great improvement. So if I... Oh. Uh, 1050. Let's pause it. Oh, never mind. The pause button was like way over there. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Perfect. What is the current X value of moving items? Not what I would have expected. Negative 650. Uh-huh. Negative 650. Huh? Huh? What do you mean? Moving items dot position. This is the only place we mess with this value. All right, just add this in. Why not? Why not? Negative 650. Yeah, it's starting negative 33 and just dropping down at what should be the appropriate amount. Can't be right. All right, print it when we play the drumsticks. This is happening. What do we got? Negative 69. These are a difference of 70 units. 70 units. Beats per second. Uh-oh, Posey's getting in trouble downstairs. I don't know what she's doing. Distance per second. Distance per beat is 100. Distance per second must be 70. But... All right. Beats per minute is 140. Great. Cool. We got that established. Beats per second. Let's just get a concrete number we can work with. 2 1/3 beats per second. Distance per beat. 100. Distance per second, not distance per beat. But yeah, though. Because this should happen each beat. So after a beat, we're only moving 70. That implies that distance per beat is 70, but it's 100. Nothing scaled weird. Aha. Aha. Well, if beats per second, if there's 2 1/3 beats in a second, how am I arriving at 70? All I know is get current beat. Beats per second. Elapsed time. Yeah, you know what? Print elapsed time. Wait, beats per second times elapsed time. Plus that doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. This right here does not look right. At all. Is it just this? How many beats? Yeah. That might have been it. Let's try that. Okay. That sounds really slow, though. Okay, I happen to know that 140 BPM is what we're using for battle time. Yeah? Okay, yeah. Alright, everything's lining up now. So, okay, cool. We're not gonna want this. Is that it? Did we do it? Is that all we needed? To fix the get current beat functionality? I don't know how I got that extra elapsed time in that function. Okay. I vote that these little notes need to bob back and forth a little bit. Let's have a center point so that later on, if we have bigger notes, we can still have them centered properly. We're gonna have them bob. It'd be great if this could be timed to the music, but we can't have everything quickly. We can't have everything and also get the game released. Is what it comes down to. That'll work. Okay, cool. He bobs. He do, in fact, bob now. Alright, now we need to handle actually collecting the notes. I'm gonna have to add something that can... like... let me draft up the beats quickly. Like, I need to make a local only thing where I can just listen to the music, tap along to it whenever I think there should be a note and where it should be, and then it like can generate the staff definition for the song for me. I kind of... Alright, this is nice. This is nice because the code can be very legible while I'm making the thing. However, I think I would prefer for this to be stored much more compactly. Something along the lines of like... something like this for this whole block here. Something that would be pretty much illegible to read it, but would take up a lot less space in the code. But this is fine for testing and getting things functional. But then later, it's actually the same thing. There's like a little puzzle box thing in Chapter 2 dungeon, and it's pretty much like what you call it, Pipe Dream. I love Pipe Dream. And this is how the puzzles are stored. It's a pool for each box that it can choose from. So the second box in the dungeon, you have to do 3 of these puzzles. And it's like, that's how it's being stored. And it works. I also had code for like randomly generating them, and I went out of my way to not use randomly generated puzzles because what if they suck? What if they're just not good puzzles? So I let it randomly generate a lot, and then the ones I liked, I tweaked a little bit and made those the real puzzles. Just to ensure there's none that are like obnoxiously easy. Okay, so what we gotta do is we gotta make sure we know what the song is. And at ready, we are going to load that song into the scene. Song is audio stream player. I guess, you know what? We can just add an audio stream player to this. Call it song. And then on ready, song.stream equals level definition dot track. Load that. Track dot file directory. So it's ready. I need to make sure that that's on the... Oh, this is gonna suck if you're playing with music turned off, but I mean, that's your prerogative. I'm not gonna force music on. You can do it. I think it's gonna be forgiving enough that you can do it without the music if you really wanted to. I don't encourage that, but you can do it. All right. So we're gonna have a definition here for play the thing, right? Play the object. Oh, what if? No. I was about to say, oh, what if, you know, treble object.drumstick is pretty much the same functionality as play the song. What if we just made this so that it could take as a parameter the type of audio file to play and... No, that is my brownie. You get your nose away from that. So we're gonna have a start song that we can define. And we're gonna define it right here. I guess. Actually, some of these songs have decent intros that could go along with the... So we're going to try having a negative one specified by the track type once we get that figured out. So in our code here, we're going to say Forbidden Brownie. Song start. Song not playing. All right. So let's turn off this music and see if this kicks off. That wasn't supposed to be the song. It was supposed to be just a regular battle theme. Battle main. Perfect. We're gonna add to this intro beat equals 8. And then here, this will be level definition dot intro beats negative, so that yeah, so that's a dumb example of where the notes would be, but you get the idea. Now, the first time that you do this minigame, it's going to be in tutorial mode. It's not really going to let you fail. You're just going to be stuck there until you press the button. Speaking of, I guess that's what we need to do next, is press the button. Okay, but this is great because some songs kick right off and some songs do not. We may also want to define different kickoff styles. One, two, three, four. Or should I include this as the actual negatives? Should I include this as the actual negative values of like, all right, before the song starts? Because right here, initial beat, -9. This has to be adjusted by this, sort of. -9 is like when it starts scrolling and when it actually starts counting things, and then hit on -8, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then maybe song starts, or maybe song starts at -8 with the drum beats. I don't know. But being able to have different styles of kickoff would be really nice, because, you know, yeah, why not? Why not? Let's do this. Let's do this. Level definition. Gosh, I love data objects. Oh my gosh. I love storing things as objects. Ah, yes. So kickoff, but like -8? Why -8? This should really be -8, -6, -4, -3, -2, -1. Okay, that's our standard kickoff. Their standard kickoff. In fact, we can have that. Boom. Which kind of kickoff you want? I want standard. And that way we can also have a, well, not a, oh, but we could adjust the pitch and have a, but this will make most sense. We can have slight variations on the kickoffs for different songs. We'll figure it out. All right, there you go. So there's our dummy level definition. Now, we need to spice it up a bit. With the ability to press the button. What does that look like? When you press the button. I imagine Dabble will do a spin move. And then the player icon will, I think wiggle is right. Scale up probably would be better. Something to mark that it did a thing and it's locked until it's done. Okay, I'm really not liking this. Dang, really not liking that. How can we fix that? I can remove the transparency, but then our particle effects can't spill out unless we position them in the third dimension, like separately. And that means we have to figure out where they are. Which is doable. That is doable. Okay. All right. Let's fix our staffing problem. There? Really? Now we want it to fill the entire thing with the material and also remove transparency. So our UV... six... No. Five... Also no. Okay, hang on. What's our size here? Maybe we just stretch it? I don't know. All right. 3 meters. Oh wait, that's Oh yeah, that is UV scale. What is this? Oh, okay. Why is that the way it is? I don't remember. Oh, it's 0.042. Okay, cool. So not this. Needs to be 5. No. Why such a peculiar amount? Oh, it's getting bigger. Why a peculiar amount like this? What is this a factor of? Okay, it's in. I don't like it, but it's there. It's too high. Alright, that'll work. Probably fine. We can work with the 3D stuff at some point. Okay, let's actually hit something. Each of these objects, we want to monitor when they enter the goal zone. Which is somewhere in this region. Actually, I don't even have to monitor it. We can just examine each active object and loop through them, because all we care about is their X value. So area is probably overkill. So instead what we're gonna do is at the moment we press the button, bop, bop, bop. Yeah, it's not gonna be that fast. In practice, it's gonna be. In fact, let's go ahead and just mess with our test data a little bit and say that's beat. Just do every half. No, it's my brownie. Go away, Posey. Stinky dog. Okay. All right. When you hit the jump button, we're going to check for hits. So we are looking at the position of all of our notes, and then each note may have a different thing we have to do with it, because we've decided some notes are gonna like jump back into the staff further down. Or require you to hold the button. Which actually, that's going to be pretty easy, because we can just add something that says, like, okay, if when you hit this special one, stick it in a property, and then watch for that later, like if you release a button and you have one in, and like, oh, I'm supposed to let go of that already. But for now, we're just going to look for current objects that are of type standard note, and that's it. All right, so look for. Let's see here. Hit objects. Hittable objects. In range is going to be the hittable objects that satisfy a different filter. Oh shoot, we don't have the position, do we? But we have the beat. Oh, we're gonna use the beat, are we? Okay. Yeah. So let's look at the absolute value. No, let's just look at all of these. All hittable objects. Let's look at current distance. I wouldn't know. I haven't been a junior dev for a long time. I think devs are still getting jobs, though. So I'm gonna say false. I do think that there is merit to the idea that, you know, it's going to be harder, but that's not limited to software development. I think any job that requires any kind of production of digital asset is going to be severely impacted. A junior task is doing by... Wait. A junior task is doing by AI it's faster and AI do it faster, no? Sorry. I think I get what you're asking is, can AI make code faster? And the answer is yes. However, it doesn't know what it's making. And so really one of the big trade-offs is maintainability of code. You kind of wind up in this, not you, the developer, but you, the owner of the software, wind up in this terrible problem, this terrible loop, wherein the AI makes code that works, but it makes the code base worse. It makes it less easy to maintain because humans can no longer track what in the world the computer was doing with this. And so, I don't know, I'm kind of curious to see where that goes, but it seems like any company that is going all in on AI for software development is going to have a problem in a few years when nobody understands their code, and the only way they can even make changes to it is throw huge amounts of AI processing at it and hope that it can figure out the problem without just breaking it further. Code if you're a junior dev, this is something that you will learn very quickly. Code is bad. You want to have as little code as possible in your projects. The more code you have, the more problems you will have. Above all else, you want to make it so that a new person coming in and looking at your code can immediately know how it works and where they need to make a change if they need to add a new feature or fix a problem. AI just kind of throws a ton of code at the problem until the problem goes away, and in the long term, that's not great. So that's my 2 cents on it. Welcome back, Al. It's good to have you back. We're just now hitting the objects with the space bar as they fly by. So that's going to be fun. But yeah, for any companies that are actually looking for developers, I don't think there's going to be a huge problem. Pants Revolution. Because you can still show your value by just being able to produce good code and understand it. Which I always recommend, make a lot of projects. Learn how to code. Get your hands dirty with it. I now have... Wait. True, but I have now a good portfolio. I do JavaScript, Nodes, Express.js, and TypeScript. That's my stack. But I think they look more for architect now, not a programmer anymore. I mean, somebody's gotta actually make the code good, and it's not going to be the AI doing that. Distance is so we're looking at our current objects beat. So we're looking in terms of beat. How many beats away are we interested in? Let's just print the distance and see what looks good on this. So I'm just gonna hit spacebar on this. All right, so how did that turn out? Check our output. 0.01 beats. Oh, I was rock solid on that. I want to be worse. How do I be bad at video gaming? Hello. All right. Let's look at these outputs here. So now we've got number of seconds away. Oh yeah, look at that. 0.0014. Oh. I mean, this first one was a tenth of a second off. Which, could be better, could be worse. We'll fine tune it as we go. Oh. Brownie. Okay, so we specifically want to look for anything that's within, I don't know what range. Oh, you know what we could look up? How do the real games do it? How do real rhythm games do it? Oh, thank you for the follow. All follows are anonymous. What is the code behind for a game like DDR? How close to the note do you have to be before it counts it? I think that's a reasonable question. Scoring system. Fandom. Okay. I don't like the fandom wiki ecosystem in general. Okay, how about if I search this for seconds? No. Beats? No. Timing windows. Okay. Timing windows. That's what we want to know. How does DDR do timing windows? Ooh, interesting. So DDR1 and 2 use beat relative windows. So on slow songs, there's more leeway, effectively. ITG. What is ITG? ITG acronym. In the groove. Okay. I know. I try to stay away from fandom as a whole when I can. Mm-hmm. Okay. In the Groove and Stepmania use real constant timing, so it's based on milliseconds. If you are within 21 milliseconds, that's fantastic. 43, excellent. 102, great. 135, decent. 180, way off. I think that's a reasonable set of guidelines to be using here. So why don't we call that timing windows? The idea being that the better the window, or the smaller the window. Now, we're probably not going to care about this. This is the only one we really care about. Is, did you get it in any of the windows? If so, it counts as you are looking at that one. Now here's the thing. That means once it goes past that, you missed the note. You missed the note once it gets past that, the maximum timing window. All right, so if the object, or if seconds from target, absolute value of that is less than timing window. Let's see here. Let's say score. Hit level. Range of 0 to 5. 5 being perfect. And that's going to be timing windows dot filter if you got less than it. There you go. So this calculates your hit level. If you got a 0, then you didn't hit the note. But anything better than a 0, you hit it. Separately, we need to check for, have you missed a note? So yeah, we're gonna take current objects and erase it if you hit it. And then to do scoring note effects. You know, we'll have your perfect. Okay, I can't help but notice that none of those disappeared. One thing is, I'm comparing seconds against milliseconds. Which should mean that this is like... Oh, you know what? It did erase it, but it didn't erase the defined object here. We need to add object.node equals note. Are we allowed to do that? We're going to try to do that. Is it going to complain and say, oh, there's no such thing called node? I'm trying to add the thing called node, though. That you don't get it. You don't get it. Oh, and then we'll do here object.node.queue3. So that should actually delete the note when we hit it. Oops. All right, because now we're doing milliseconds. A divided by 1,000. We don't have any timing based, like, oh, we're... Great. We're gonna make a little fantastic thing next. I think that we want to have a root scene here. It's going to be 3D, I think. Where is it going to appear? Also, 3D sounds like the wrong idea a little bit. Yeah, it should be 2D. Let's see here. We're gonna call this treble note label, treble success result label, hit label, even though it also applies to miss. So I don't know about this. Yeah, it's just gonna be a 2D label, I guess. All right, let's get our font for sure. And then colors. Can we do an outline? Not easily, I don't know. Can I do clipping? Ooh, wait a second. Hang on, hang on. Could I do a gradient? What gradients do we have available here? If I did a white gradient, okay, not as much, but if I did a white to black and also rotated it 90 degrees and also changed the size of it, okay, right, and then did modulation on that. I can do some funny stuff. Okay. I would really like a good outline on this, but I don't know about that. I don't know if that's gonna happen. So this needs to be regular and effectively a drop shadow. Wow, is that the size of this, huh? Alright, that's probably fine. What about this is the base? And now we make an inherited scene. This one is Miss, which looks just like the base. And then another one for... what are we gonna call these? I don't even know how many different... We don't need a lot. This is not an actual rhythm game. How about okay, great, perfect? Alright, so both of these need to get okay. And then we can mess with this to be kind of like a... Yeah, you know, it's alright. Also move it down further to get a little bit brighter. Cool. Okay, great. Is going to be a lot brighter and also more of a blue. And then perfect is going to go crazy. Perfect. Which is gonna get... I've got a rainbow sprite we can use here. I want to use more of... Yeah. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, perfect. This is getting involved. Okay. So let's adjust the perfect window to be like 25, and then somewhere in the middle is like 100, maybe 95. Seems good. And then we need I was saying he said it does have outline, shadow, etc. I don't know if that would work if I'm doing clipping. Is he? Oh, there's another lightning. Like on its own. So let's test. Great. Yeah, I did see that there is a. So I can turn on font outline. Font color would be white, that's fine. And then outline, where is it? The outline size, here we go. Is that calculated or is that? All right, let's try this with clipping. My fear is that the outline is just still gonna be rainbow colored. But we're gonna try it. We're gonna try it. No outline at all. Is it because... Is it because of... Clipping... Oh wait, that's the shadow, isn't it? Hang on, hang on. Undo, 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 undo. This one right here is the gradient one. If I say add an outline of 5, I get nothing yet. All right, so let's see where exactly is the discrepancy. Oh, it might be label settings. Okay. Because on here, if I just pull up a fully fresh label and just override outline size, I get it. So that is, yeah, outline size. So it should be label settings. So let's check for, oh, label settings is a whole property object. That's weird that there's a separate way of... Well, you know what? Hang on, let's just copy this and try it on this. Ooh, okay, that breaks some stuff. Oh, because that's the wrong font, so yeah, that's fine. Outline size is not being affected, and it might be because it's a bitmap font. Could be because it's a bitmap font. Now, Shadow, on the other hand, the hedgehog. Oh, yeah, that's more what I expected. So if I turn off these other ones. So if we just look at Shadow here. If I turn on Shadow, you'll notice it's still the gradient, and that is because I am clipping the shape of this font object, of this label object, and in that cutout, I am displaying this sprite here. So anything I apply to that, including a drop shadow, maybe an outline if I could figure that out, it's still going to get that gradient sprite laid on top of it. No, thanks for checking that though. That's good. Let's see, timing windows. Where is this gonna go? I guess I could replace it and then just let it slide by. Or something like that. We'll try some things. So you hit the object. Hit level is the number of windows we got under. So this is going to be 1, 2, or 3. So let's see here. Label scene. Equals. Okay. Do I not have the what is this table hit label? Okay. We're gonna index into this. Treble hit label, great. Treble hit label, perfect. Let's actually take these out. Label scenes. Because then we can also put miss in here for represent 0, and now the number of hits perfectly matches the index. So label scenes sub hit level. That's a lot cleaner. Instantiate that. We're gonna add that to moving items. We're gonna set the position equal to the node's position. Does make me realize I want to take this label here and move it such that I think that might be all we need. I don't have misses yet, but we'll get that. Oh, okay, that's funny. That's pretty funny. I like that. Let's move it up a bit more. Also, I do feel like these need to be bigger in general. Why not? Why not make it a little bit bigger? Oh, that didn't actually do anything, did it? The transform. It's got to be on this level here, not this. And then let's scale it up. Yeah. If I was smart, I would have put this in some kind of container object. A few things. I want an animation for this. I do want this to be in a node that we can scale. So let's undo this scaling here. And now let's put these in a container. And how badly does this mess with everything else? Okay, everything else is fine. All right, animation. Doesn't matter what it's called. We're gonna autoplay it. We're going to scale the container. Gonna zip up to 1.6 and then zip down to like 0.3. Modulation is going to fade out. And also we're gonna add a call method on the root and include a cue free. So it's going to automatically delete itself at the end of its animation, so we don't have to clean them up. They're all going to clean themselves up. Oh, that looks a lot better. All right, cool. Oh, that's good. That's good. Oh, wait, there's something I completely forgot. It doesn't care which line we're on right now. Hittable objects needs to limit it to only the ones that are on the correct line. So we want to look at the player line height. Let's just do an inline. Line, oh, it's called height. Okay, so now you can't hit them from the wrong line, hopefully. But what happened? What was that? What? 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 Ha! What? Where's my view? Where'd my material go? Texture's gone. What the heck? The heck and heck? Okay, we're back. I don't know what that was. Just disappeared. Good. All right, cool. Next, misses. So we're looking for if I think we're just gonna look here. I want to have a look for objects wherein it has been more than whatever, more than X seconds. So how was I getting this? How many beats away it is? Object.beat minus current beat. So if I'm on beat number 1.5 and I've got an object whose beat is 1, so I want to say beats since object is this. This is my number of beats. My number of beats here. I want to divide this by beats per second. Which we don't actually have, do we? Do we? We do. Okay, never mind. I do have that available to me right now. So I've got the number of seconds. So let's say it's been like 2 seconds or something ridiculous like that. I'm gonna grab timing window dot max. Say max miss window. Time window dot. Is that a function? Yes. Okay. So if it has been more than the max miss window, then find the notes. Find the note that we missed. All right, so here's a note that has been too long. We want to remove it from our list of objects. Do we want to delete the note? Not really. But I do want to create a label. So we're gonna create label hit level as an int and position as a vector 2. Sure. Yeah, just kind of take this blob here and turn it into a function. Bop, bop, bop. Bop. Just like this. For a little bit of consistency here. Hit level is 0. And I think here we want to add a little bit of right. I don't know how much. We're just going to play it by ear. All right, let's miss a note. Let's miss a few notes. I feel like they're long gone, but they're still here. Did this ever get called? I don't actually know. Let's find out. Nope. Not one bit. Why not? Current beat 5-ish, beat 0. Okay, so we have about the number, arbitrarily large number here. Let's say 1. Divide it by beats per second. 2.33. Well, let's wait until 2.33 and say we're at 1. Max miss window is in millisecond. Got it. So it was going to wait 1,000 more seconds. Oh, thank you. Yeah! Okay, okay. I think we can move... I think we can... No, 50 is probably fine. 50 is probably fine. Okay, you can miss! Incredible! This is so stupid that we're even doing this. Oh gosh. It's fine, it's fine. This is a good use of our time. Okay. I still need to handle... I should make a big list of what we still need to actually do. What still needs to actually be done for this to work? We need to handle music loop. recreate the notes for extra passes through the song, which is going to be annoying to test because we're going to have to wait for the full like 60 seconds for the song to loop to make sure we're getting the new note objects created and that they still function the same as the first pass do. We're going to need a UI meter to display our groove level. I want for Dabble and Partner need to do animations when hitting notes and missing notes. I think player icon should animate to indicate action. Okay, so that's like the bare bones. Like, okay, yeah, that's the basics. We need a system to read in inputs for quicker, let's call it level design. We're going to call these levels. Compress level data. Reduce amount of storage needed. I know I'm like counting pennies here compared to modern games, but we seriously can compress like those 4 notes. Like, look at this actual object notation. That's ridiculous. We don't need that. We're going to store these as something that could be stored in a config file for later like modding support would be cool. So I think we're just gonna do a short little string. It needs to store the object type, because we're not gonna have just standard notes. We're gonna have some different variants, like, oh, you gotta hold this one, you gotta whatever else to this one. But yeah, that's just gonna be some character to like, we can just do the number in the enum 0, 1, 2, and that'd be fine. The beat number, again, storable as a number, and extra data. Extra data is going to be a little bit interesting because different notes will have different amounts of extra data tacked onto them. Standard note just needs to know, hey, is it at space 1, 2, 3, or 4? That's it. But for something like a note where you have to hold it down for a few beats, we need to know not only like, okay, what height is it at, but also how many beats do we hold it for? So that's multiple things that we need to store that most objects do not need that information. Additionally, like some notes might even have some other alternate little tidbits that make them a little bit different. So we've got a lot of little things to consider with these. So a variable amount of properties. I really think the straightforward way, as silly as it is just each object is represented as type, comma, beat, comma, all other properties that are comma separated, and then some delimiter like a semicolon between objects. I think that is relatively compact, but more importantly, it is something that could be easily managed with a config file if we want to move into modability for this. and it's easy enough to work with to get things in and out of that format. Okay, cool. Next up, what else do we need to do? I guess we need to work into battle system, kind of. I wanted to use the same scene as the battle. And the reason I do is because I really want to hook into the existing battle transition. I want it to have the idea of, oh, this is a battle, sort of. It's different, but it's a battle. Yeah, that's pretty much why. Wavy staff. We want the staff to be wavy. Okay, what do we work on first? I want... I think I want UI meter. Now, when I do this now, does the regular UI stat panel show up? Yeah. I want to basically cover that. See, the notes are too big and they go off the top of the staff because I can't do transparency on this because the material just really hates it. Don't really have a great solution for that. Guess this guy needs to be a little bit smaller, huh? He's still gonna cut off the top. That's fun. That is fun. I gotta admit. If we put a nice sound effect with that, it maybe doesn't need a sound effect. I don't know. Some kind of little scream like, ooh, wow. Ooh. That's gonna be really fun. Okay. Do we just put it on top of the UI? I don't want to do that exactly. I don't think that's the way to do it. Okay, but we can effectively borrow a lot of this same stuff. Okay. So let's go to this. And then we'll have UI overlay that I somehow need to make sure is on top of the global UI. Stat overlay, no. Just kind of assumed. How is nothing at a higher D level? I just figured that like one of these has to have some kind of ordering to put it on top of other elements, but I guess there's not really any other 2D elements. So maybe not. Okay, cool. Let's do Sprite 2D. Panel PNG? No. Alright. What is it then? I was just on the scene. What is one of these blobs? Oh! Is that the texture I've been using this whole time? I had no idea. So what if we... See, that doesn't look good, obviously. I mean, that's not going to look good with its corners. I kind of want to see if it would be possible to make a 9 patch out of this. Oh, can you make a 9 patch out of an atlas? Hang on, let's find out. 9 patch rect. Texture. Atlas. Maybe. This might be doable. Gosh, can you imagine? Okay. So now that we have the atlas, now we have to edit the region. This-ish? How's that look? Awful, thank you for asking. Did I do this wrong? What? But... Oh, wait. Oh! You don't need an atlas. It has that built in? Oh, go figure. Never would have guessed. And then patch margin is the one that you... No? Is it not? Is it not? I mean, this is probably not the way to do this, but we're gonna try it anyway. So that makes it much stretchier without messing with the sides as much. Okay, but like, now what do I do with that? It's like, great, cool. I guess give it some kind of color. Purple seems great. And then we want to do a wiggly path through here to make a line, right? How do we do a line 2D? And can it have curves? I guess if we make it thick enough, it'll kind of appear to have curves, right? Capping. Round. Bevel. Sharp. Bevel. Round. Okay, we do want round. I see that now. End cap. Round. Begin cap. Round. Okay. That's... Wish I could make it rounder. Oh, wait. ground precision. That doesn't seem to do much. Anti-aliased? Yes, also doesn't seem to be doing much. Sharp limit? Not seeing much there. Alright, I think we've exhausted our options. I assume I can use this as a clip. In which case, I can then add like a gradient. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Cool. Give that some kind of color. Great. Nice. What if I added a second of the same line, slightly bigger? Oh, you could just add a gradient. Interesting. Okay, the stuff I'm doing is probably unnecessary. So I can do that. And then this one can become... Yeah, like we could have a... This one is the... the border. So then visibility, modulate, give it purple, but like lighter purple. Oh, to give it lighter purple, I need to make the... Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's fun. That's fun that works. Okay. And then we can have variants in here. We'll call this contour. Backdrop. We'll have normal gradient and rainbow gradient. Which normal gradient is just going to be whatever I decide that it has to be. Let's see, where's my color lines here? See, this is kind of interesting because I can... There we go. I can have the color fade between different things here. Oh, but how do I... So the fill will be like this, right? I'm afraid so. I'm not 100% sure how I'm gonna do... Yes, I am. I'm 100% sure how I'm gonna do that. We're gonna do that with a color rect. And we're just gonna call that like empty segment. Boom. Just give that a nice color of... Yeah, there we go. And then it just fills up like this. So it's empty, and then... And then when it gets full, we kick on the rainbow. Royal rainbow gets kicked into gear. Which... How can I make that loop nicely? Oh, is there a good way to do it? Is there a good way to do it? Yes, region rect, actually. It's a 100 by 100 unit item, so if I just double... Oh, why am I rotated on this one? I don't want to be rotated on this one. So if I just double the width of it, it should loop. So red, oh, wait, hang on. Material, no, not material. Texture has to be repeat enabled. There we go. Red, red, red. Perfect. Red bread, bread. All right, and there's our gradient, which can constantly be animating. So the rainbow can just be always on. We never have to turn off the rainbow. It's great news for everyone involved. I do want to address the scale of this. Let's try and get this an exact amount. So that, do I want it to be like, does that give me much? I mean, that's fine if we do this. I think that'd be okay. $20. Okay, so if I go negative 1,000 to positive 1,000, then we're in great shape. Yeah, positive 1,000 to negative 1,000, rather. And we'll loop it and go. You know what? On second thought, yeah, let's flip it. Let's flip it. And let's slow it down slightly. I think that's pretty good. Chip! Hey, welcome in. How are things tonight? I'm deep in feature creep. We're adding a rhythm game. And you're not even going to be able to do it until chapter 5. Just got 1.1.1. That's a nice 1 milestone. Still post-game content? It's what you've mostly been working on? Alright, turn off the rainbow. We're gonna figure out what this is gonna be. Yeah, that's gonna be a good one. Thank you for the follow. All follows are anonymous. I'll show you how this is looking so far. It's not much to look at. But it's functional. So the gimmick is that I gotta get these gears sorted. I love some scope creep. I still need to add a fishing minigame at some point. So the idea is that I like when you can collect things in RPGs, and so I've got a whole the data bank is like a whole tab of things you can collect throughout your game, and one of them is like, okay, it's the list of every enemy you can encounter, and if you scan it and get its details, you get like a little bit of like details about it. A list of all the modules that are in the game, a list of all the places you can go, all the status effects in the game, and gosh, there's already a lot of them. Achievements, obviously. One of them is music. So every time you hear a song played, it shows up in this list. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of music in this game. So I'm gonna have in chapter 5, we got a little area up here in the mall, the record store. By the way, chapter 5 takes place in a haunted mall. Don't worry about it, it's fine. It's a very normal thing. Oh, thanks, Condiment. So the idea is the music store is going to be the start of this huge side quest that I'm trying to pare down a bit in scope. And the idea is that the songs themselves have fled the music store. And so you are tasked with going out and recollecting them. Originally my idea was like, you gotta do a little mini game for every single song in the game. And then I realized that's too much. That's dumb. So instead, I'm saying that each like boss theme or maybe battle track, music that would normally play in a fight, will be represented by a little guy. Let me see if I got. Yeah, here we go. Here's the mock-up. The Treble Makers. That's the name of these little guys. And so you have to find them. They will be added back to previous chapters as like a little side quest, so you can kind of retrace your steps and try to find where these little hidden mini games are hiding. You engage them in combat, but instead of actually fighting them, it's a rhythm mini game that you have to succeed at to complete. And there will be 2 of them ish per chapter. I think that would be reasonable, because then we can also call it the A side fight and the B side fight. Great, perfect. And then by completing those, you unlock being able to play that chapter's audio from the pause menu whenever you want. So you'll actually be able to go into the pause menu and say, I want to re-listen to that track, and there it is, and it'll just play for you. So that's the minigame. That's the genesis of it. It's that we have a lot of music in the game, and I want to turn that into a side quest. So that's what we're doing. For better or for worse. So let's see. Let me get... There we go. The background music that's playing now is also from the game. It's from different parts of it. Okay, so we're gonna take this UI overlay and just make that a little bit higher order. So this is gonna be kind of you are completing things, I guess. So empty segment out. What's our normal completion meter look like? I feel like it should be like a little bit more exciting. Yeah, maybe if I like have it bob between a little bit up and a little bit down, then this'll have a little bit more life to it. So let's have a bob animation. Autoplay, loop, pretty slow and gradual. We're just gonna mess with the position of this. And we'll just make that cubic. Okay, I want to slow it down more. And I want this one to be a little bit higher. And this one to also be a little bit higher, so like... so it doesn't get quite so dark. Yeah, it's bobbing between green and kind of tealish. We go for more, get a little bit higher up. Yeah, just like a little bit of lime green in there. Okay, but then the empty segment, this is going to be our way of cheating a filling meter here, is by just covering this up with a empty object. Okay. And we will represent this with an animation player. We're gonna call this the Fill Animator. Fill. And we'll just seek. We're just gonna set the reset points on this. And then just seek between them. So that's going to be where we're just going to throw your current score. Oh, thank you for the follow. All follows are anonymous. Sorry, I'm like barely paying attention. Fill that up to here. This is going to be where our 1 location is. There we go. So now we can just pick a point 0 to 1 second. Seek it to do all of the necessary animations on here, including rainbow visibility. Visibility off. Visibility on. All right, so there we go. Rainbow mode. Okay, cool. That's great. That's great. Yeah, love it. So now we need a way to keep score. So obviously getting perfects is worth more score. We're not really gonna have an end of the song, which is weird. For a rhythm minigame, you usually play through a track of music and then it ends and then you're scored. This is really just going to keep going until you either succeed or fail. How long should it take if you're really good? I think being able to listen to the whole song makes sense. But like if you didn't quite get it, you can let it loop. I think what we'll do is, on a failure, we won't just abruptly cut back to the main scene. We'll kind of like, we'll pitch scale. Like the music is like, oh, you failed. And then kick you back to the main screen where, I guess the treble maker goes into hiding, finds a new hiding place, new spawn point, and the minigame kicks off again when you find it again. Getting into the minigame from the overworld is a whole different scope here. I've not even begun to consider. So we need to track just the Fill Animator. So how are we storing the score? What is the score value? Just integer, and then we'll just map it to some range. Why not? Starts at 0. More points for consecutive. I don't know if that makes. I don't know if that's necessary. But we'll go ahead and get score here. So scoring. I'll just give you whatever your hit level is. So a perfect is worth more than an okay. That seems reasonable. But it doesn't award consistency as much. So we could have some kind of combo. But that's gonna need to display somewhere. All right, combo. Let's go with 100. Oh, no, too big, too big, too big. Okay. So does this work? Outline? Does not. Okay. Okay. So in the process function, we will update. Let's just have an update overlay function. Put that at the end of our regular update. All right, what's that gonna look like? We need the fill animator. We already have that. Combo molt. No, combo chain. Then we need to address the score business. Bill animator.seek. 2 seconds. I don't know where exactly. It's gonna depend on the score range. So I don't know, like negative 300. I don't know how much is too much. So we're gonna take your current score, minus the min, and divide that by the range. That's it. Score go up. Every time you succeed, we're gonna make multiplier go up. Combo chain plus equals 1. If you miss a note, then combo chain equals 0, and I guess you miss some, you lose some points. I don't know how many. Some amount of points get dropped. Okay, so combo chain, it's normally 1. No, it's 0 here, but we'll clamp it for 1. We're gonna clamp combo chain. No. We're gonna say that if combo chain is less than 2, then don't even show that you've got an x1 multiplier. Yeah, I guess we'll go up to quintuple. Or should we divide this out? Like, you gotta get quite a few notes in a row to really get it. And also, we want that to be an integer. Okay, we could try this. We're gonna need more notes to hit. I kind of want to dynamically just add some here. So why not? Huh? I will be right back, you guys. No, we'll just snooze ads later. I won't run them. Good job. You've proven yourself worthy. Not what I wanted you to do. Here we go. Alright. There we go. Simple as that. I see it now. I see it. Little Sparky. Oh, that's fun. Oh, that's fun.
Oh, that's great. Oh, that's a really good section. Nice. That was good. Oh, that ending is fantastic. Oh, man. Okay. Out of 27. And there's no way I'm getting all of those, of course. I think that last I checked, only about 40 people have managed to. Okay. Oh. Oh. Whoa. Oh. Okay. Only about 40 people.
Anything back here? Useful?
No goodies.
No goodies.
Oh.
Oh god, that's a
Oh
thing.
no. Oh no. Well, it's all up to you.
Alright, I got this. I'm
dead.
Fine.
I got card.
I am dead.
Yeah, we're all dead.
Oh my goodness. That
Alright, I'm
was
making a run for it.
Yeah.
Alright, it's up to you.
You know, for Christmas. She played Sword, or maybe Shield. I don't remember which one we got for her. And she wasn't a huge fan. I think she would have preferred the more classic style Pokemon games. Oh my gosh. No! No! The beetle! I knew the beetle was coming and I panicked. That... Chirped. Whoa. Alright. Next time. Next time, I might not bounce off a fish. Oh, almost bounced off a fish. Don't do anything, don't do anything, don't do anything. Oh, I was not sure about that. I was not sure about that lava level. But also the clock. There was a lot of scary...
Two.
Oh yeah, I guess we didn't get as much... Oh! Got him!
Is that a new type of bug or something?
Tank!
Tank bug?
What's happened to tank bugs?
Weird.
Come back, come back, come back.
Okay. Alright, we're set. Good. Okay. Alright, so real quick, we're just gonna add in some randomly generated notage. There we go. Let's confirm that works. Nope, it doesn't. Cool. Objects. All right, let's see. Let's see if we get scored. What's my score? Great. Not seeing any points. The combo chain. I think I want to show the actual combo here. So let's add a function for that. We are so back. Okay, let's lower the staff a little bit more. I mean, I really like the three-dimensionality of it, though. That's the thing. It's more that I just want the UI up higher, I guess. Which we can deal with that. Just gets squished up a bit, you know? It's already squishing up the place. There we go. I just want to see some sky behind there. It's pretty much what I want. So maybe what we'll do is we'll take these two, squish them up a bit, squish them, narrow them a bit. Okay, I need to slightly hide the UI. There we go. Okay, so now we got some sky. All right, so now. Why can I not, Is update overlay not being called or something? What do we get here? My score ratio is 0. Okay, what's my score? Negative 500. How did that happen? Why did that happen? Alright, I'm gonna have it just show my score to me. Okay, I have a positive score. Well, where's my ratio? I bet it's because this needs to be a float over a float. That's probably it. Fingers crossed. Show me 500. No? No. I guess what I'm really concerned about is score ratio, not anything else. Score range, that should be a 400. Score starts at 0, so that should already start you out at 0.5 immediately. And it does. Okay, then why am I not seeing... Oh, it's not an autoplay. It needs to be autoplay, speed scale 0. So it was seeking to 0.5 in a null animation. There we go. Okay, this rainbow needs to be a lot crazier. I'm not seeing much craziness on this rainbow here. It's not autoplaying. Okay. Alright, okay, so that at least handles that. I think the score ratio, that could be per level. Like the target score range could be different per level. Alright. So that takes care of the groove level. You know what I do kind of want, though, is... for it to lerp towards that. So... displayed score ratio. Let's snooze the ad. I think we're just going to snooze on to the end of stream. Right out. So instead of seeking to the score ratio, we're going to lerp to the score ratio, which means update overlay needs a delta passed in. We're going to use our special function that ensures that lerping isn't frame rate dependent. And we're going to seek to the displayed score ratio. So it's going to smoothly Yeah, like that. I kind of feel like this meter needs to be at the bottom, though. Oh, yeah! We're doing it! So it caps out at 5 multiplier. Let's have every time the multiplier changes. Let's make it wiggle. Just a little boo boo. Don't like. It's fine. And let's also mess with the scale of it a little bit. So it's gonna go boing, whoop, cubic, boom, boom. Okay, that's fine. A little wiggle there whenever the combo changes. So let's have. Oh, oh, that's gonna be okay. So we need to do combo chain right before. We're gonna say old mult is get combo multiplier. If old mult not equal get current combo multiplier, then play the wiggle animation. Oh, that's not equal. Yeah. How does this work? Like, okay, great. My combo multiplier is full. My score meter is full. What does that do for progressing this as a game? Imagine one of the icons instead of a note is like a mash 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 thing, and that's where you actually damage the enemy. And he's got a health pool or something. Yeah, I think that could work. Is like you have to fill up your meter in time for a certain part of the music, and maybe we time it for like a big moment in the song. So it's like an attack window, and the damage is based on your combo, or your score. Like I've been treating this as kind of like a fail state only. So yeah, let's say how to win is an important thing to figure out here. I think what we'll do. Yeah, like it deals damage based on your score. Maintains the combo. Actually, yeah, that does work pretty well. So let's also add bomb to avoid. Okay, yeah. So it's just a special type of note, and whenever you see it, hitting it deals your current multiplier, I guess, worth of power. And maybe bonus damage if you're in rainbow. Yeah. Max out rainbow meter. Bonus damage if in rainbow mode. Yeah. So now we display groove level. I think it's a pretty deep. The main system is in place. The main animation is in place. I think that's pretty good for one night. Not bad at all. Let's see here. Let me see who's on. We have quite a lot of choices. Excellent. Oh, snap. Silk Song? Okay, we're gonna see. I think I know where we're going here in a bit. We're gonna try and knock out one more thing. Wavy Staff has me worried. Snooze that ad. So this path here. And I think the animations might change depending on the song a little bit. But we can take this path and have a update path. Or update, yeah. Let's just say update path. And we're gonna do that every frame. And we'll base it on the elapsed time. I think that'll be reasonable. Every single frame. Get wait, path.curve dot set point position. We're gonna practice on just this guy right here. Position of point 2. Currently 6.7 -2. So we're gonna add to that. Sine of elapsed time, and add to this cosine of elapsed time, and that's going to give it a little bit of wiggle. Let's see some wiggle here. That is some wiggle. So I kind of like this for the difficulty it poses. Like, it very clearly gets... You lose the notes for a bit when they go behind the curve. I think that's good. I think that's kind of like an interesting difficulty thing. And we can make that more or less of an issue depending on how hard we want the segment to be. And this is all from just moving 1 point, really. So that's great. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. If we change the X to be less, like this. Yeah, so now, well, no, it's still pretty harsh. Let's make that a 1.0 instead. How bad's this? Yeah, so now they barely get hidden. Versus earlier where you completely lose them unless you're like really remembering when they're gonna show up. I really want to get crazy on this. We would also add to the to-do list. Okay, that takes care of the wavy stuff. I would like a little particle effect on you know, on hit note. And actually, I think we can do that pretty easily if I really hurry. We need to add a particle 2D. Is that like 30 of these things? Texture. What's my pet star? Yeah. local coordinates. Space. I don't think I want that. Gravity, 0. Scale. Scale curve. Initial velocity. Angular velocity. Oh, okay. Um. Oh, I see. But I need the angle. No. Direction. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Scale. Even less. Speed. Okay. Oh wait, that's the wrong thing. It's this I'm looking at. Yeah. Okay, cool. Ordering. Well, no, you know, we could just move that here, and I think it goes behind. Color. Oh, we gotta get out of here fast. Angle, scale, color. How about color initial ramp? Gradient. Give me my rainbow gradient. Cool. And then on miss, it's just not visible. Is that enough? You can barely see them. Okay. We'll tweak that a bit. All right. Let's go to. Oh, we just rated GQ. Shoot. I'm gonna get caught by ads. I'm sorry. We're about to raid out. We're gonna raid while the ad break is going on. Don't worry about it. Sorry this is happening. Who are we gonna raid? Everyone who's here that has a sub, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Nothing is weird. Who will it be? Not you. Rated you already very recently. There's Quillo again. I'm not seeing any great streams to pop into for new people. So let's stick with, I guess we'll do a Germ Dove. Sure. He's doing Fortnite though, so sorry about that. How did that happen? How did he get... Why is he having to do that? It's fine. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you for hanging out. I plan to be back maybe Sunday. We'll see how that night goes. I'll work some more on this off stream, and we'll see what it looks like next time. Bye!